Attention everyone, we will start in 5 minutes. Attention, please take your seats. Good morning, everyone. We are ready to start. I give the word to World Archery President, Mr. Ugur Erdener.
Good morning, my dear friends. First of all, I would like to welcome you to Berlin for our 55th Congress. I believe that we will have a very fruitful Congress here in this nice city all together. I thank you very much for your attending here during the Congress. Now we are starting our Congress based on our agenda, and first of all, I would like to invite Mr. Hans-Heinrich von Schoenfels, who is President of German Shooting and Archery Federation, our friend, for his welcoming speech. Please, President, my friend.
Dear Mr. President, dear Professor Erdener, dear members of the Executive Board, dear Secretary General Tom Diehl, dear delegates of the member federations, dear friends and guests, welcome. As President of the German Shooting, Sport and Archery Federation, it is a pleasure and a great honor for me to welcome you to the World Archery Congress 2023 here in Berlin. The German Shooting, Sport and Archery Federation is proud to be able to host the World Archery Congress for the fourth time. After 1972, at that time on the eve of the Olympic Games in Munich, after 1979, also here in Berlin, and after Leipzig in 2007. It is half-century. The world has changed dramatically several times due to political impacts, wars, economic crisis, and the pandemic. What has remained is people's desire for sporting activity and human contacts in clubs, countries, and at international level. Archery, our national federations, our International Federation, World Archery, and finally today's Congress make a great contribution to this. A few days before the start of the World Archery Championships, I would like to thank World Archery for the trust they have shown in us by awarding us the World Championships in the year before the Olympic Games, and thus as a starting point for the allocation of quota places for Paris 2024. We would also like to thank the event team of World Archery around Secretary General Tom Diehl for the good cooperation in the preparation and organization of the coming days. Supported by a proven international competition jury and many volunteers, we have done everything to ensure outstanding conditions for the athletes at the upcoming World Championships. I wish you and all of us fair and exciting competitions. I wish the Executive Board around President Erdener and us as delegates a good Congress with productive and forward-looking decisions in favor of our unique sport. And I wish all of us a pleasant stay in the colorful metropolis of Berlin. Welcome by the German Shooting, Sport and Archery Federation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, related to your great hospitality here. And as we can see all together, there is a great venue for our Congress in this nice city. And as the World Archery, we will keep our very close cooperation with German Shooting and Archery Federation. Thank you very much again. My dear friends, now I want to give the floor to our Secretary General, Mr. Tom Diehl, for roll call, test votes, and affiliations. Tom, floor is yours, please.
Thank you, President. Well, on my behalf as well, and all of our staff, very much welcome in Berlin. And for the ones that I haven't been able to say hello yet, well, welcome all of you. So we'll start with the roll call. We have our staff in the hall that will help you to make sure that you indicate your presence as such. You will also be able to see it on the screen. And we should hopefully get through it without too many issues as such. But if there is an issue, please raise your hand and then the staff will help you to make sure we get through it. So I will only call the countries that have registered. There was a registration deadline, which was the 6th of July, 21 days before the Congress, and therefore it's only those countries I will call. So we'll start with the letter A, Andorra. Okay. Argentina. Okay. Armenia. Australia. Okay, and it's also a proxy to New Zealand. That's fine as well. Yes, thank you. Austria. Okay. Bangladesh and a proxy to Iraq. Okay. Then we have Barbados and a proxy to Virgin Islands. Sorry, not Virgin Islands, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, sorry. They come later. Then we have Belgium and a proxy from Uganda. Okay, Bolivia. Okay, Brazil. Okay, Bulgaria. Okay, Canada and a proxy from Guyana. Then we go to Chad and a proxy from Cameroon. Okay. Chile and a proxy from Uruguay. Okay. China. Ivory Coast and a proxy from Niger. Okay. Colombia and a proxy from Jamaica. Croatia. Cuba and a proxy from Ecuador. Okay. Cyprus. Sorry. Curaçao, but Curaçao is in the second step. They don't have a voting yet. They have to be first accepted as voting member. But on my list, it's not there. Sorry. Okay. So Curaçao is fine. And then we can go to Cyprus. Okay. Czech Republic. Okay. Denmark. Okay. Djibouti and a proxy from Nigeria. Okay. Dominican Republic and a proxy from Bahamas. Okay. Egypt and proxy from Mauritius. El Salvador and a proxy from Honduras. It's not here for the moment, so we will see if they will arrive later. Spain and a proxy from British Virgin Islands. Then we have France and a proxy from Lebanon. Okay. Then we have Faroe Islands. Okay. Then we have Great Britain. Then we have Georgia. And the next one, I'm sure they're here because we already saw the president, Germany. Guatemala and a proxy from Costa Rica. Guinea and a proxy from Senegal. Okay. Indonesia. India. Islamic Republic of Iran. Ireland. Iceland. Israel. Okay. Virgin Islands and proxy from Bermuda. Italy and proxy from San Marino. Japan. Korea. Okay. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and a proxy from Comor. Kuwait. Okay. Luxembourg and a proxy from Benin. Okay. Morocco and a proxy from Yemen. They're not here for the moment. Then we go to the next one. Mexico is also a special case, which we will explain later. So they are here, but they have no voting rights during this Congress. Then we go to Mongolia. Not here. Netherlands. Sorry, can you go back one? I think, yes. So we have Mauritania, which will also be up for a vote later. And they have a proxy from Lesotho, but they will only be given voting rights after their acceptance. So it's normal that I will not call them now. Netherlands. Norway. Okay, then we go to Panama. Okay, Peru. Poland. Okay. Puerto Rico. Romania. Republic of South Africa and a proxy from Namibia. Singapore. Sierra Leone, not. Then we have Somalia, not. Sudan, and a proxy from Libya. Switzerland. Slovakia. Sweden and a proxy from Finland. Chinese Taipei proxy from Kazakhstan. Tunisia and a proxy from Jordan. Okay. Turkey, United Arab Emirates, Ukraine, United States of America and proxy of Trinidad and Tobago. Uzbekistan, we are still waiting for a change of delegate confirmation, so we might come back with you on that. For the moment, they are not officially present, so also not the proxy of Tajikistan. Venezuela. Okay, so this is the current situation. We have a total of 96 member associations present, and that amounts to 206 votes. So that is the current situation. There might be some changes, as indicated before. And of course, when we accept the new members as full members, they will be added to the vote count as such. So that's for the roll call. Then we can go to the next point, which is apologies for absence. We've had apologies from our Honorary Vice President, Paul Paulsen, from the Chair of the Medical Commission, Martin Bauer, from Bob Pean, Chair of the Target Committee, who is at the World University Games as Chair of Judges, and then of course also from our Honorary President, Jim Easton. And if there are other apologies that we should be aware of, then please let us know so we can include them in the Congress minutes later on. So I was asked to check if there is any late arrivals. I don't think that is the case, which is great. So then we can go to the next topic, which is not my favorite topic, but I will move to the podium for that. As is the habit at every Congress, we remember the people that passed away since our last Congress. Emma Gabchenko from Russia, world title champion, and also 3 times consecutive European champion, former athlete, coach, judge, and Olympian. John MacDonald from Canada, 78 years. I think many of you know who Joan was. She trained for many years the Canadian team. She was also a very successful athlete, and she left us as well during this period. Dave Harrison, one of your colleagues at many congresses, a very impressive volunteer. He was always at any event in GBR, and he was a very important volunteer during the London Olympics. Romeo Frigo from Switzerland. Romeo was Olympian in 1980 and also was 6 times at the World Championships, and some of his records still stand. Ketevan Loza-Beritse from Georgia, most decorated Olympic archer from Georgia, and of course the gold medal winner in the Moscow Olympic Games. Abdul Razak from Ivory Coast, the Secretary General. Ghislain Arsenault from Canada, former international judge, and he served at the Paralympic Games and the World Archery Championships in 2005, and very much involved with the rule book in Canada. Abe Shinzo, the former Prime Minister of Japan, and a very much important person that helped us have the venue at the Tokyo Olympic Games. And of course, everyone is aware of his tragic death in 2022. Our honorary president, Francesco Necchi Ruscone from Italy, I don't think I have to introduce him to you. He was a key person in our history. He led to the introduction of the Grand Vita round, and he had a very important role in our federation. Manolo Romero, founder of the Olympic Broadcasting Services. Manolo played a critical role in the development of the Olympic round, and we are forever grateful to his help to produce the best archery competitions on television. Luan Ryan, winner of the Olympic Games in 1976 and 1977 world champion. Ken Behrman, chair of the World Archery Coaching Committee, and a very long-serving coach in the UK, and he had a very important role in the development of our coaching manuals. Jane Johnson, former president of US Archery, a lifelong volunteer in the United States, and everyone in the United States, but not only in the United States, knew Jane. Gianni Mangino, he was a treasurer when I started in World Archery. He was a treasurer from 1979 to 2005, also an international judge, and I think most of you know who Gianni was. Dr. Steven Ungerleider, the founder of the Global Sport Development. His foundation is helping us every year to support athletes, and they gave a substantial amount of money to our athletes during the COVID period as well. Carlos Vaca, a very young archer from Mexico, 20 years. He won the first Pan American Youth Championships, and as such should have qualified for the Pan American Games this year. Unfortunately, he tragically passed away. Aaron Vamesh from Israel, former archer, and he was an international judge. And I think everyone who was involved in para archery know Aaron Vamesh as well. Mark Ronse from Belgium, former Belgian technical director. He was very much involved with the team management and a coach of the Belgian team, and he made many trips to World Championship and European Championships. Jan Bang from Denmark, it was an archer, played an important role in the career of many Danish top athletes that are currently competing. Competed also in the World Archery Indoor Championships and the Lausanne Master Games as such. Cliff Block. Cliff was an international judge, and he officiated at many events, and he was very active in field archery, and people in the judge community and the athletes remember Cliff. Deniz Demirkol, a former national team coach from Turkey. Michel Grandchamp, a former athlete, 6th at European Indoor Championships from Switzerland, and he was also a bronze medalist at the Master World Championships in 2018. Carlos Urrutia from Chile, former national president and forerunner on archery in Chile. Franco Biazola Capetta from Italy, Olympian from Italy, very well-decorated athlete in Italy, won many medals at World Championships, and at the she won a gold at the Mediterranean Games in Split in Croatia. We remember all these fantastic contributors to our sport today, as well as all other members of the archery family that passed away since the Congress in Yankton, United States of America, and that we ask now to honor by a minute of silence. I thank you. We now go to the next point, which is the scrutineers. As you know, we need to have scrutineers to monitor the voting process in the Congress. It has to be a non-voting delegate. not a candidate, and recommended also that it's not a candidate for any position, not I would say a member association that has candidates, or any specific motions from the member associations. So we have as proposal for you, and the proposal is to have gender equal proposal. So Barbara Manning from the Republic of South Africa and Rifat Chabouk from Spain. Are there any other proposals? I don't see any. So can we have raise of hands for an approval of the scrutineers? All those in favor? And the ones who have proxies, they lift 2 hands. You're not surrendering, and don't worry. Okay. Anyone against? Any abstention? I don't see any. So congratulations to our 2 scrutineers. I hope you don't have too much work. And then, of course, when we have votes, we will ask you to go to the back of the room, and that will already be now. We were going to start with a test vote. Now, if it's not the case yet, make sure that your voting machine is on. And so we ask Rifat and Barbara to move to the back to make sure that they can observe the system as such. And we will have staff around if there is any issue for the vote. So we will... The voting system is the same than in the last Congress. We haven't changed, I would say, anything particular. It's also more and more used at the continental votes, so shouldn't be that new for most of you, but just in case, we'll make sure that you know what to do. So we're going to test a vote. Now our voting team is very much into science fiction, so we'll see, and we'll see if many of you are also in science fiction. If not, you just make a decision as such. And so the first question in the Star Trek series, has there ever been a female captain as main character? Yes, no, or abstain. If you don't know, probably abstain is the best solution. So I will open the vote. And the vote is open now. And then you vote. If you have an issue to vote, yes, no, or abstain, we have people around to help you. So I see many people are voting, but there are still some people that haven't voted. So if you have an issue, Toma or Andrea are there to help you. Okay. How is it looking in the back? I see we have 88 people that have voted out of 92. So 90 now. Anybody has a problem? Then if not, I ask a signal from our scrutineers is we can close the vote. Can I have a signal from the back if we can close the vote? Okay, we can close the vote. Vote is closed. And it seems that, that we have 101 people that say yes, We have 56 no, 47 abstention, and 2 votes not cast. Okay, so if it was a majority, 50 plus 1, it would have definitely passed. Okay, we're going to do a second test vote just to make sure that everyone is comfortable of doing so. So we're going to ask the Matteo to open the vote. This is a vote for a position, so that's what we will do tomorrow morning. So we're going to change from Star Trek to Star Wars. So who is the brother of Princess Leia Organa? Is it Han Solo, Luke Skywalker, Lando Calrissian, Darth Vader, whoever that may be? I suppose it was Darth Vader, but and none of the above. She has no brother. So the vote is open, and you have to select one position. If anybody has a problem, please raise your hand. But I see voting is happening quite a bit. We're 75 already, 76. So it seems to be working quite well. $80 votes, 82, 84. So I'm going to ask one more time if there's any issue. Doesn't seem to be the case. We're at 86, 88, 99. Okay, can we get to 92? Would be great. Anybody has an issue? Doesn't seem to be the case. Can we close the vote? Yes? Okay, we close the vote. And we have clearly some people have watched the movie. Okay. There is still hope for a sequel of Star Wars. Okay. So then I think we have one more vote. And this is for an archery public. I hope you know the answer to this one. We have one more vote, and then we think we should be okay. And this is how many Olympic quotas will be assigned in Paris Hyundai World Cup next month? So you can choose 2 options, which is a little bit strange. 9 for the top 3 teams, 24 for the top 8 teams, 4 after mixed team event, 16 for highest ranked individual, 3 for highest ranked individual, 42 in total, or none. So this is a test if you read the qualification system or your technical director informed you on how it works. So we open the vote. There's 2 options available. There could be more than one. So give it a go. And let's see who read the Olympic qualification system. And it's about direct qualification in the event, just to be clear, because I know there will be some people saying that the answer is not 100% correct. Seems to be it's a little bit more difficult to answer this question than the 2 previous ones. Okay, anyone has an issue? I don't see any hands. I don't see any requests for help. We get into 82, 84. Okay, I think we can start closing the vote. Okay, the vote is closed. Look, I think some people will need to do some bet reading tonight, because no, in Paris in August, the only possible answer is none. Because there is no direct places in Paris next week. You will qualify for Paris, but better do it here in Berlin. Okay? So Now, the ones that have read it in detail will say, yes, but you can get world ranking points in Paris that have an influence on the qualification. I made it clear it was direct qualification. Okay, thank you. So I think, scrutineers, both of you are happy that the system is working and operational? Okay, thank you very much. And then I will invite Siret to come up to the floor to talk about the affiliations.
Hello, everyone. So if I could have the slides, yes. So since last Congress, we have had 5 federations who have applied for membership and have been approved by the Executive Committee to be accepted as temporary members. However, the Congress is the only body who has the right to vote on whether they become full members or not. So on the screen, if I could have the slides. So since last Congress, we have 5 federations who have applied. And first one is, alphabetically, first one is Afghanistan. So Afghanistan, as we all know, is having difficulties, and despite that, they are trying to actually, sorry. So they are trying to find solutions how to develop archery. Many of their athletes are also training in the neighboring countries, and the problem with Afghanistan is that at the moment they are not in good standing. So, the reason for that is that they had difficulties with visas, but at the same time they have been registered to many events for which they have cancelled in last minute, and that has resulted in debts to the organizing committees, and this is quite a significant amount. So that's the reason why they are currently not in good standing. And looking at this, our proposal, which was proposed by our staff to the Executive Board, and yesterday Executive Board agreed with this proposal, is for Afghanistan not to accept as full member this Congress, that we would have first a vote to decide if we postpone their affiliation to the next Congress. It wouldn't mean that they are not accepted if the Congress chooses to postpone their affiliation to next Congress. It would mean that they stay as temporary members. They can still come to competitions. They can still have same benefits as other federations. The only difference would be that they are not allowed to vote at Congress. And of course, to be able to compete, they need to become in good standing. And then we would vote again next Congress. If the situation is better, then definitely we would support their acceptance as full members. The votes will come later, one by one. First, I go through the other 4 new temporary members as well. Secondly, we have Curaçao, which is a very active federation with strong communication with us and with a lot of effort to develop. And they already have a participation on continental level. So the proposal is definitely to accept as a full member the Curaçao Archery Federation. Thirdly, we have Mauritania, who already has been in the application process for quite a number of years. Now we have established quite good communication. They are present here today, and we do hope that the Congress would support their application to become a full member. Then we have Palestine Archery Federation. There as well, the situation is a little bit difficult in a sense that archery equipment is defined as a weapon, and it's difficult to bring it in the country or to use it even. But they are working actively to find solutions, and for example, with the cooperation of Turkish embassy, they are allowed to shoot in the premises of Turkish embassy and have the equipment of held in the Turkish embassy. So there are solutions. Them as well have members shooting in the neighboring countries and trying to find solutions. They tried to be here today, but unfortunately in the last minute the visa failed. So they are not here today, but we still would suggest the Congress to accept them as full members. And last but not least, we have Timor-Leste Archery Federation, who has not provided all the full information. And a couple of months ago, we lost the communication with them in a sense that they haven't really replied to our last emails. And we were proposing them the coach scholarship offer to come to Lausanne for 6 weeks. And we didn't get the confirmation even to that one. So for that one, we would also propose to postpone it, postpone their affiliation vote to next Congress. So the procedure is, like I said, each one is voted separately, and if the Congress chooses not to accept some of the temporary members, then they would need to start the application from the start. But if with the Afghanistan and Timor-Leste we will first vote to postpone or not, then we would have the chance to keep them as temporary members. But if the Congress decides not to postpone it, then we would need to decide today, accept or not to accept. So here's a summary again in alphabetical order, which are the recommendations by the Executive Board. Do we have any questions from the delegates? No. So I think we can go further with the actual vote on affiliations. Back to Tom.
Thank you, Sirit. So we will start with our first real vote. And the vote will be put on the screen. So the first one, alphabetically, do you agree with the postponement for Afghanistan to become a member, full member? They will remain temporary member if you agree. It's yes, no, or abstention, and the vote is open. And just there is someone taking pictures. Pictures are not allowed during voting. Dawood. Okay, we are at 81, 87, 88. I think we can close the vote. Okay, from the back? Yes, close the vote, please. And a clear majority, so the affiliation of Afghanistan is postponed and will be rediscussed at the 2025 Congress. Then we can go as soon as our results team is ready to the next vote. Which is the acceptance of Curaçao Archery Federation as a full member of World Archery. So the same options, and the vote is open. We're at 87, 88, 89. So we're going to declare the vote closed. 91, whoa, we're getting very close to the maximum. So we can close the vote and the results are on the screen. And we congratulate Curaçao for becoming full member of World Archery. Congratulations. We will provide you the voting after this is all chapter is closed, so a little bit patience, thank you. But congratulations again. So we go to the next one. That is Mauritania, and the same question. If we can open the vote, please. '84, '87, '89. Anyone has any issue? I don't see any, so I think we can close the vote. And congratulations for la Fédération Mauritanienne de tir à l'arc as a full member of World Archery. And as far as I remember, there was also a proxy link to that, but that will also be added later on. Okay, then we can go to the next one. Palestine. So we can open the vote for Palestine. And we're at 83, 84, getting closer. Any sign, 88, no one has an issue. Then we can close the vote. And we congratulate Palestine as a full member of World Archery as well. And then we come to the last application, which is for a postponement, as explained by the Deputy Secretary General, for Timor-Leste. So if we can open the vote. We're at 83, 4. So anyone has an issue? Doesn't seem to be the case. 89, we can close the vote. And we have postponed Timor-Leste for the next Congress, so we will rediscuss them at 2025 Congress as such. So congratulations to our 3 new full members. And if we can have them now activated in the voting system for the next rounds. And then we will update also the voting summary, so you're aware of the new situation as such. And tomorrow, when we do the awards, we will also present a diploma to our 2 new members present. The 3rd one, unfortunately, Palestine is not present, so that one we will send by mail. So, as soon as I have a confirmation from Andrea that it's okay for those 3, so 1 plus 2. Okay, so we should now have on the screen the new voting totals. We can have that shown. So we will have on the screen now, so we will have now 215 votes, and it is from 98 member associations. That's correct? Okay. Then we can go to the next point, which is the minutes, the confirmation of the minutes of the last Congress. Now, there was one correction to be made. We refer to Mr. Andreas Lawrence as the former chair of Technical and Target Committee, but it was, of course, as a former member of Technical and Target Committee. The other matter is arising from the minutes not covered in the agenda, which I will come in a second step. But that was the correction to be made and will be made in the minutes after this Congress. For the rest, I didn't receive any other comments or corrections. So we're going to do some physical exercise, even if the voting system works very well. If we can have a raise of hands for confirming the minutes of the last Congress. So all those in favor, raise their hand. Proxies, you give up. Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone against the approval of the minutes? Abstention? No. So that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Then we can go to the next point, matters arising from the minutes. There is one matter arising from the minutes, which is the financial program. In the minutes, it was mentioned that we would do an electronic vote on it, but since we were already close to the document transmission for this Congress, we have it as part of our approval later on, so there's no point on that. And it took longer than we hoped for, but that was mainly linked to negotiation with our banks on the mortgage for the center. So that's on that one. And then we can go to the next point, a very important point, which is the report by our president. So I ask our president to go to the rostrum and present his report to the Assembly. Mr. President, you have the floor.
My dear friends, it is a great pleasure we gather once again in this beautiful city of Berlin for the 55th World Archery Congress, and then immediately after the World Championships. This Congress is particularly special as we convene without the constraints of the pandemic, and it is heartening to see all of you as our delegates in good health here. Dear friends, as you know, our archery family continues to flourish, and I am delighted to acknowledge that our beloved sport remains a core part of the Olympic program for many years. This achievement is the result of Archery Work Plan, of course, with your invaluable contributions and our collective efforts. Our success stems from the remarkable harmony within our organization, for which I extend my deepest appreciation to each and every one of you. As many of you are aware, my other responsibilities within the Olympic movement, involving the IOC, ASOIF, WADA, ITA, IMGA, and the Turkish Olympic Committee, have imposed extensive travels. This, unfortunately, has meant that I could not attend all of our events. Nevertheless, I'm grateful to our first Vice President, Marius Garcella, and our Secretary General, Tom Dillon, for admirably representing World Archery on different occasions. I must also acknowledge the contributions of our Vice Presidents, Maria Emma Gaviria, Jörg Brokamp, and Thomas Hahn, my friends, who have shouldered similar responsibilities. My heartfelt thanks go out to each of them. Dear friends, building upon our discussions from the previous Congress in Yankton, please allow me to emphasize and reiterate some crucial aspects of our sports. Let us reflect upon the critical situation faced by archery in 2005, when its place in the Olympic program was uncertain, drawing inspiration from English naturalist Darwin's words. It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the most adaptable to change. And the IOC President, Mr. Thomas Bach, also mentioned change or to be changed. I realize that survival is not determined by strength alone, but by the ability to adapt to change. My firm resolve was to do new things and do them differently, initiate new and innovative measures to secure archery's status as a core Olympic sport. There was, and still is, an increasing demand for good governance standards, transparency, accountability, in short, democracy for all international sports organizations. From my initial 10-point program to the dynamic Archery World Plan, we embarked on our journey of transformation, and we have made remarkable progress in evolving from FITA to World Archery today. We placed credibility at the forefront of our corporate identity. World Archery's corporate reputation has reached its zenith today. We have solidified archery's position as one of the core Olympic sports without encountering the debates faced by some other disciplines. The global appeal of archery is on the rise, and our family has expanded around 170 member associations now. We did that together. This has been a collective effort bolstered by the unique qualities of our sport that we have consistently highlighted. My dear friends, as you are aware, this term marks my final tenure as president, and I will be leaving my position during the next Congress. I feel compelled to remind you once more of our significant milestones. Through the realization of the Archery World Plan's primary objectives, we have fostered innovation, evolution, and development. This resulted in remarkable accomplishments, including introduction of the TV-friendly match and set system that has heightened the excitement of competitions. We all agree that archery is now more appealing to the media and more captivating to the viewers. Establishing the successful World Cup series made the sport more popular and attractive to spectators and elevated its profile and reach. Our dedication to sport development led to the establishment of the Foundation for International Archery Development, resulting in the esteemed World Archery Excellence Center, a project only a handful of international federations possess. Introduction and implementation of the sponsorship program, which brought significant progress in marketing and broadcasting. Expanding our medal events in the Olympic program from 4 to 5, with the inclusion of the mixed team format, aiming for 50% gender balance. With the innovative integration of live biometric data, such as heart rate, into broadcasts, archery's TV and social media broadcasts have hit record highs in Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Our Secretary General Tom Dillon will inform you about some important details concerning this subject. I would also like to express my gratitude to all our participants who contributed to the success of World Archery's collaboration as a significant partner in the Olympic Esports Week. It was held in Singapore at the end of June. Our Secretary General again will provide you with more details regarding this achievement. Furthermore, our Hyundai World Cup Series continues with great success as an important event platform for our athletes. It is worth mentioning that we have a new partner from China for our world ranking system, and I thank Sanlida for their support to the World Archery. Looking ahead, I believe it is vital to address plans beyond the LA 2028 Olympic Games. We will continue our endeavors to include the compound discipline in the Olympic program. In September, during the LA 2028 program discussions with the IOC Executive Board, we anticipate positive news. However, it is essential that we receive the utmost support and commitment from the U.S. Archery. This is very vital for having this idea. In conclusion, I extend my deepest appreciation for your unwavering dedication and support. I am confident that our beloved sport will continue to flourish. Let us march forward, united in our pursuit of excellence and the enduring spirit of archery. Dear friends, we had to update and extend our vision and mission statements for a better future for World Archery. And we managed to adapt to new challenges and made good use of the opportunities. As I always mention, this was possible thanks to three elements: your support, prevailing unity and harmony within the administration, and our dedicated professional staff orchestrated by our Secretary General Tom Dillon. Thank you, Tom. I thank you also for maintaining excellent relations with international sports organizations like WADA, IWGA, IPC, and ASOIF. My thanks and appreciations to our current dedicated staff: Fred Luik, Caroline Murat, Thomas Obert, Chris Wells, Matteo Pisani, Jenny Pilonel, Severin Darius, Cecilia Vizcara-Moser, Ludivine Metr-Wicki, Kerim Sidaul, Oli Smith, and our event staff: Fernando Suarez, Andrea Gabardi, Özul Can, Ian Mullard. Our regional development officers: Sergio Font, Kushla Matheson. Our communications staff: Dean Alberga, Lucio Sullivan, Andrea Vasquez, Anthony Kishi, John Stanley, Andrea Sierra, Guillermina Garcia, and our results team: Christian Deligant, Alessandra Pandolfi, Alex Vecchio, Jose Brunting, Chan Ting-Ni, and several others of this growing team of experts. Our education support team: Graham Potts and World Academy of Sport. Our project consultants: Lucy Troche, related to safeguarding, and Gerd Hendricks related to sustainability. Our TV team, Danny Fullerton, Stephen Morris, and the entire QTV staff. And our TV commentators, Karim Bashir, Nikki Hunt, and Sref Van Denberg. Our speakers, Mark Chavet, Crispin Duenas, Andreas Lorenz, and our World Archery Excellence Center staff, Director Frederic Michel, and then Florent Bosmaren, Charlotte Marquis, Daniel Cohel, Howard Catherine, Abdou Diallo, John Birling, Kim Jiwon, Juno Lee, Corinne Vedro, and the many temporary staff that provide service in all our activities. The city of Lausanne and the canton of Vaud are really important partners. Last but not least, Ugur Korkmaz and his team at our Ankara office. My best wishes and thanks to Chris Wells for his successful social media and TV operations. Dear friends, despite the economic situation, we continue to increase our sponsorship income. I would also like to thank our sponsors. They are our very important and vital partners for the sustainability of our activities. So we thank our official sponsors, Hyundai Sport Auto, Area, Turkish Airlines, and our new watch sponsor, Singularity. Official providers, Archery Analytics and NV Logistics. Our diamond partners, Easton, Fivix, Hoyt, PSE Archery, Sanlida Archery, Viavis. Our gold associates, Danash, Lancaster Archery, and our 22 red and blue associates. And finally, you, my dear friends. I'm grateful for your confidence and support. My sincere thanks and respects to you all. My special thanks to my colleagues at the Executive Board. I thank our permanent and ad hoc committee members for their great work. With all these, I have no doubt that a better future awaits our great sport. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. We will now go to Sirit has an announcement.
Yes, so we have a coffee break until 11:20, but for that we also have representatives from AREA who are very happy to talk with you, present their offer and discuss about cooperation with you. So if you are interested, feel free to approach them in the break area. Thank you. We resume in 11:20. Attention, we are starting very shortly. I would ask everyone to take their seats. Attention everyone, it's time to start. Please take your seats. Please move to your seats as fast as possible. We are ready to continue with the session. Quiet, please, everyone. Please. So to start with this last part before we have the lunch break, I give the word to our president, Ugur Erdener.
Thank you, Suret. My dear friends, we move forward according to our agenda. Now we will have a video message from the IOC President, Mr. Thomas Bach, for you for our Congress. Let's start the video.
Dear President of World Archery, my very dear IOC friend and colleague, Ugur Erdener. Dear Olympic friends, your Congress is taking place at a very timely moment in this pre-Olympic year. With the World Archery Championships only days away, your athletes concentrate already now on qualifying for the Olympic and Paralympic Games Paris 2024. All of us, the National Olympic Committees, your national federations, the IOC, and the entire Olympic community, and of course in particular you as the International Federation, we have to support the athletes so that they can give it their best. These World Championships promise to be not only an exceptional sporting competition, they also demonstrate the great appeal of archery as a truly global sport. Already now, I wish all the archers a successful competition and all the best on the road to the Olympic Games Paris 2024. The strong standing of archery in Olympic sport today is also thanks to all of you at World Archery. Under the great leadership of your president, my dear friend Ur Erdene, you have understood how to adapt your great sport to the fast-paced changes in society. In doing so, you are also promoting our Olympic values across the globe. Whether it is engaging with youth, promoting gender equality, innovating with esports, or empowering your athletes. By embracing change, you are making archery fit for the future. Today, World Archery and the IOC enjoy an extremely strong partnership. Together, we are working towards the realization of Olympic Agenda 2020+5, with a strong focus on how sport can contribute to achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. At your Congress, you have every opportunity to set the course for the future. On the road to Paris, to the Youth Olympic Games Dakar 2026, to LA 28 and beyond. Building on your strong foundation, you can look ahead with great confidence. This is why I would like to congratulate everyone at World Archery and thank you for the important work you're doing every day to support the athletes and to promote our shared Olympic mission. In our difficult times, with wars and conflict on the rise, we need the unifying power of sport to bring all people together in peaceful competition more than ever before. Sport must always build bridges. This is the modest contribution to peace that sport can offer, opening a pathway to foster understanding between people and nations. This is why I would like to thank all of you for ensuring the integrity of your competitions and vigorously protecting our autonomy from politicization. Thank you for making it possible for all archers of the world to compete in your competitions, regardless of their passport. Only in this way can we ensure that sport contributes to peace, to build bridges, and not to deepen divisions and confrontation. Archery is one of the oldest sports of humankind, and it continues to convey skills and qualities that are so relevant in our modern world today. Precision, focus, and determination. It is also an inclusive sport, open to everyone, regardless of age or ability, even for a retired fencer like me, as I learned on my recent visit to your wonderful World Archery Excellence Center. I'm very proud to report that my visit and my efforts were even crowned by sporting success. And I have the medal to prove it. In this true Olympic spirit, friendship and solidarity, I wish you fruitful discussions and a successful Congress. All the very best.
We thank Mr. President Thomas Bach very much, really, related to his continuous kind interest in our great sport. His interest is always very, very important, very vital for us. We thank him again. Now, I would like to invite our Secretary General, Mr. Dillon, to the podium for his very short report, as usual. Of course, including our ad hoc committee reports together. Tom, floor is yours.
Thank you, President. And very glad to have seen the video of the IOC President. And no one asked the question yet who won the gold medal because he had a silver medal. We'll see if that person remains in the IOC. All jokes apart. So we'll go to my report and
the past 2 years
have a look.
Years of recovery, of renewal, of growth. Back to the competition field, back to the shooting line, back to archery. 2 years ago, the World Championships in Yankton returned focus to the athletes and their exceptional sporting performances. Tension, drama, emotion. Champions. From Europe to Asia, Africa to Oceania, the Americas to here, right now. Our sport is taking center stage worldwide. On the indoor range, in front of record-breaking crowds. Across beautiful landscapes, connecting with the great outdoors. Kim Woo-jin, World Cup champion, on a worldwide tour. The passion, the persistence, and the precision. That is a perfect 150. All spent in the pursuit of excellence. A pursuit that every day, every hour, every arrow starts again.
So I will give you an overview of my report. My written report was published on the 26th of May, and I would like to just give 2 corrections. There was a mention of Lucy Aldernes instead of Lucy Trochet, who you will meet tomorrow because she will talk about safeguarding in one of the workshops. So it's Lucy Trochet. And there was a wording on the exchange rate where it was 2 times the same phrase. So I think it was quite clear, but I repeated 2 times the dollar and Swiss franc exchange rate, just to make it clear, this correction. But I'm not going to go through the pages of the report, because otherwise my president will not be happy with me. But I want to start with one thing. As was mentioned by the president of the German Federation, 27 we were in Berlin, not in Berlin, but in Leipzig. And at that time, there was an historic congress because that was the first time we adopted a strategic plan. 2007. Now we're in 2023 and a lot of progress has been made since. And that is thanks to you because you all participated, all national federations participated in this development. So the points I will discuss with Olympic Games, esports, events evaluation, spread of medals, International Testing Agency, TV, social media. I'll mention where we are with transgender, a little bit on staff, training centers, projects that are in progress, challenges with events, and the governance of continental associations, where I want to give a positive update on one. Yesterday, invitations were sent to 203 national Olympic committees for the Paris Olympic Games. The picture below shows the situation the last day I was in Lausanne last week, and we are counting every day. Paris is tomorrow, so be ready for it. LA, the president also referred to it, and in terms of LA, We will give a presentation tomorrow, which will highlight some of the important deadlines that are coming, especially for us, the September meeting of the Executive Board, where there will be a decision on our submission for the compound bow. Then we have Dakar. Dakar Youth Olympic Games. Senegal is going to host in 2026. Because of the COVID pandemic, it was postponed. The Youth Olympic Games, which should be a unique chance for Africa to make a step forward. And then, okay, it's not tomorrow, it's a few days after tomorrow, we will have Brisbane 2032. So you might think this is far away, but I'm pretty sure it will come on our agenda much quicker than we think. Esports. I wouldn't have imagined 2 years ago when we had our Congress in Yankton that I would show a slide on esport. And I would even have less imagined that this is a success story already. We started discussing with Refract, which is the company that made Tic Tac Bow, less than a year ago. In February, they brought out a first version of it. And as you can see on this slide, and it's showing the final shot of the final, where 110 was shot. We have a little bit more precise scoring in tic-tac-bow than in our regular competitions. That archery was 6th in most popular disciplines. Now, all the other ones exist much longer than ours. And I was shocked. And everyone involved in the project was shocked that we were able to be the 6th most popular esport event in the esports week. So the bad news is we will have to continue. Event evaluation. This is something that we have been doing in the past, but we now want to go one step further where we want to do event evaluation in every competition we do. To do that, we don't have the budget to send experts to each competition, so we have developed with an expert a formula to see how we can do it in-house and thanks to our organizing committees. So we look at the economic aspect, the image, the society, the sport, and, as also mentioned by the IOC president, the sustainability and the environmental aspect of events. Not going to go into too many details, you'll be able to see it when you get the slides after the Congress, but for each of them we're looking at certain aspects. We started in Nîmes, we did a spectator survey, we will do a spectator survey here in Leipzig, and we will continue doing it at all our events. Depending on the event, we will have certain data that is available and certain data that is not available. We know that not every organizing committee can produce all this data, but it's important that we continue collecting data for future organizers and evaluate each event. And this is based on the criteria that were developed by the Association of Summer Olympic International Federations a few years ago. So this is what we will look at for this event, the Hyundai World Archery Championships here in Berlin, which is a quite extensive evaluation of the event. And we will learn from that, we will see what is good and what we will need to improve. I made this chart on Sunday when I had the results of Pilsen. This chart is showing the medals won in World Archery events and the European Games, because it's the first games that took place this year. We will add Pan American and Asian Games later this year, of events this year. I will come to the news that we have some new countries winning medals. But at the moment, there is 4 countries that have won 44% of the medals across all the events. Congratulations to those 4 countries, which are US, China, India, and Korea, which I don't think comes as a surprise to all of you. But it also shows that we have 4 countries winning really 44% of the medals. So there is some work to be done by everyone else. The good news is also that we have some new countries to win. Moldova, Slovakia, Guatemala, Lithuania, Latvia, Israel. They're winning medals and winning competitions. Another important topic I want to mention is betting. There has been betting in archery over, I don't know how many years, because every time we hear about it, it's most of the time at Olympic Games when we get a report if there was anything special that came out. But this is without any control from what we can do in this area. So we were approached by a company called FeedConstruct to provide data and video feed to them, and then they sell it to other betting providers. This agreement will be until 2027, and this allows us to keep control over it. Our goal is not to make money out of betting. That's very clear. We want to control it and make sure that there is no abuse. And the best way to do that is being involved in the data feed surrounding it. So we will provide educational tools to national federations in the future, and it has to be clear that no one involved in national federations or athletes that have an international license can bet on archery. This is not new. This is already in our rules since many years. So this is not a new thing. The only thing is that now we are providing a data feed to betting companies. Cooperation with the International Testing Agency is going well. On this slide, you can see the number of tests we've done and the distribution of the tests in 2022. We have a regular contact with them. We analyze what is happening, but it's their decision. They decide who is being tested and when, and how to proceed with any positive case. It's not World Archery. It's completely independent, and they have also now started providing educational programs, and we were very happy that we had in Ireland during the World Youth Championships both an education in English and also in Spanish. We are from time to time suffering some challenges with anti-doping cases, especially with food contamination, which is a challenge, and especially in a few countries, and we are working with ITA and WADA to see how we can do the best, but unfortunately the sporting world doesn't control the food industry as such. TV distribution. We will also mention it a little bit this afternoon when we talk about the strategic plan, but we have done quite some steps forward in terms of TV distribution, and that is based on what we already presented in the last Congress as such. We have now regular contracts with many channels. I mentioned CCTV, Spot TV, TRT, 11, Eurosport, to name a few. We will work together with France TV quite a bit. Rise, regular partner, Sony, Claro Sports. We had Channel 4 taking for the first time the Pilsen World Championships for para-archery. And we have here ZDF and IRT here for the World Championships in Berlin. And it's continued to grow. This is a sponsorship evaluation which we received last week. And this is just a very small element. This is only secondary broadcast from Shanghai. And we see why it was important that we had to go back to Shanghai when you see the difference between 2017 and 2023 in terms of the reach in millions between 17 and 23. It's enormous, the growth we will see in our figures. This is a very small subset of the data we will have at the end of the year because they're still working on it, but it shows the enormous progress we have by our TV distribution as such. And this is based on what we changed. We were streaming in 2018. We were working on news access in 2019. Remote production was a very positive outcome of the COVID situation, and now we're really in the distribution sector as such. So we really, in terms of the reach of people, we are aiming for 200 million at the end of this year. And this is based on the promotional pyramid, and I know sometimes it's not always understood by organizers of world ranking events, but it's important that we stick to the concept because that is what is producing results. World ranking events are the foundation of the calendar. It's the biggest area of opportunity for growth in television. And we thank all the organizers for their investment in the coverage, and we also invested quite a bit in that. We continue to invest in it, and we hope that the organizers continue as well, and we will work more with the organizers to make sure that it's understood not only what we expect, but also why we expect it from them. Social media is another success story, and you see here the dramatic changes we've had in the last years, especially Instagram is becoming really, really popular. YouTube has always been a success story for archery, and as well Facebook is growing quite extensively. And we will have a specific workshop later today, which will be by Red Torch, which is our partner, to analyze what is happening at your level, at the national federation level, because we're growing, but we want you to grow as well, because social media is about being social, is about sharing. And the more we share between national federations and the international federations and our athletes, the bigger the community will become. And we're talking millions of people. So world ranking events, the national team, and news moments. These are all things that we can promote. Sustainability. As the picture said, there is no planet B. We have a special workshop tomorrow. We'll go into some more details. And we really want to implement a strategy for all our events. And we are going to start a kind of labeling process, which we're working together with a company that is also based in the MSI, and with the help of the Canton of Vaud. They are funding half of the project to make sure that we are progressing in the area of sustainability at events. A very simple item is that the cars that are leased by World Archery are all electric cars now. And this helps also, of course, in the sustainability. Transgender. This is a very difficult and sensitive topic. We will produce in the coming days. We had a call with member associations last week that have specific interest in it. And there will be our approach at international level, and then at national level, it's really depending on what is imposed by your legislation. But it's clear that for someone that is wanting to break a world record, for instance, in the women's event, they will have to comply with our rules. It is based on the following principle. In the case of a transition from female to male, it's just a question of providing information. In the case of birth as male to female, a 24-month testing period, 10 tests, minimum 6 weeks interval, and less than 2.5 nanomole per liter as such is the requirement. At that time, the tests are at the cost of the athlete. After they've been approved, if we want to do tests, we are eligible to do so, and then the cost is at World Archery. Staff structure, not a lot of change. I'm not going to go too much into detail, and many of the staff are here. This is the structure of the center, and Frederick afterwards in his presentation will also mention that. But there have been changes. It's natural, and we will be happy to welcome Mark Dellenbach, the current coach of the German team, in our center as of September. And that will bring, I would say, very much a positive evolution to the coaching staff in the center. Training centers as such, we have a project to accredit and help development of training centers. To have a worldwide accreditation, we're doing that in cooperation with the World Academy of Sports, linked also to the dedication. And we know there is several plans for new centers, but we want to make also sure that they are sustainable and that it's not a big project that then falls altogether. So it's important that we work, and that's also why we work with the World Academy of Sports and one of their partners to make sure that when there is a project, it's going in the right direction. And we have here two guests in the room as well, which have a project for a center, Mr. Malaki in the back, and Dawood and they are ready to talk with some of you on their projects. Projects that are in progress. We announced last year Archery Plus, I would say our own channel where people can access the images. It is in progress. We will actually have it operational here in Berlin for the first time. It was linked to an agreement also with the German broadcasters. But this will really be a tool to have better broadcasting for archery for the future. We know that in terms of publications, we have not been the best. We have had some problems bringing out annual reports and target magazines. So we're looking at how we can do it differently for the future, and we will see how we can do it as such. And then the educational pathway will be in development with the World Academy of Sport, and therefore also awaiting the arrival of Mark Dellenbach and a new resource in our staff as such. Challenges with events. I'm afraid that we see too many non-respect of contractual conditions by member associations. Late or non-payment, late registration. And what makes that even more difficult for organizing committees is the lack of communication by the member association with the LOC. This causes issues for the ones that are doing their job. And additional resources are required because of late information. If half of the teams don't give information when they arrive, it's most of the time the ones that gave information that suffer because they have to wait for someone else. And this is not good. We have to help each other, making sure our events can deliver the right service. And this is a request to all of you to make sure that whoever handles it in your federation does it the right way, that the payments are done on time, as foreseen, because we have already now had 2 events where certain additional projects were planned in terms of making the events more available to external public and a festival and so on, where those projects had to be cancelled because of lack of cash flow of the organizing committee. We know visas is an issue, but there again, dialogue with LOCs is important. Okay, I want to show something positive on the governance of Continental Association, which arrived 2 days ago. Because I had a discussion with the Secretary General of World Archery Africa, and I said, okay, in my report I talked about continental governance, and one of the things is that many things could improve dramatically if we had a website for World Archery Africa. So I'm very happy to report to all of you that World Archery Africa has a functioning website and a very informative website. So my congratulations to the President of World Archery Africa and the Secretary General, because that will make a major step forward, and there is information that is very useful. So with that, I finish my update on my report, but if there are any specific questions on my report, then I'm more than ready to answer them at this stage. Okay, doesn't seem to be the case. So then I will give the floor to Sirit, who is going to talk about the governance of member associations and their activity. Sirit, up to you.
So I'm going to talk about federations, about developments in a more positive side in the afternoon, but right now we have to look at the downside, so meaning if there are any federations with who we would have the reason to expel them because they are not aligning with our constitution. So to understand the current situation, we sent a short activity survey to 42 federations. Many of the federations who are sitting here today received them. Many didn't as well. But if you did, you were not the only one, because we sent it to all temporary members, to all relatively new members, those who had already got the warning in the last 2 congresses, who were late, significantly late, at least 4 months late, with the membership fee payment this year, or if we have been reported of other governance or other issues in the recent years. So we took this information from the survey, from those who provided. It was a relatively short questionnaire, 11 questions, but with some open-ended answers, and also the information that you provide in the extranet. And on that one, I would like to thank the federations to use the extranet more and more, because now we have features to report on your elections, the number of members, and your constitution. So that is very highly appreciated that you cooperate on this more and more, because that is the communication channel to let us know what is happening in your federation. So we put together a snapshot-style presentation of a summary of each federation and provided to the executive board, and they agreed with everything that I'm going to put on the screens next. So we divided the federations, some of the federations which we think should have expulsions, then some who would have a reason for expulsions, but they are still also alive, but at the same time they have already got a warning, so we can't also give them a warning again. So what we are proposing is to give them expulsion, but with the extension of time until next year, 1st of March. And then we have warnings. And for expulsions, we are proposing 3 member associations, but it will be completely you, the member associations, voting which ones are expelled or not. So here is going to be the proposal that we have. 3 for expulsion, 5 for expulsion with the last chance, and warnings to 7 federations. I'm going to go through quickly each of them and explain why is it so. Firstly, proposal for expulsion, Central African Republic, and this is because they have already received multiple warnings and they are still not in good standing, and there is very limited information about their activities. Secondly, proposal for expulsion is Haiti, and that is because they have less members than required by the Constitution. At the same time, we also understand that this is a country where natural disasters very often hit them, but the development has really rather died down than got better. So the positive side was that they did pay the fee and they have attended some of the online calls, but the actual activities, archery activities within the country, like having more than 6 archers or having any competition or national championships, because our constitution says that every national federation needs to hold national championships at least once every 4 years. So these requirements are not filled, and that's why it is a proposal for expulsion for Haiti. And then we have St. Kitts and Nevis, and with them, they haven't paid the membership fee for last year, for this year, and they are not the full member of their National Olympic Committee, which should actually happen usually once they become members of ours, that they get recognized and accepted by their National Olympic Committee. They do not have that. And actually, themselves, they have expressed as well the wish that they agree with the expulsion, and this is also supported by their continental association. So the case of St. Kitts and Nevis, it's quite straightforward. And then proposal for expulsion, like I said, it would be to give them a chance. Each federation will have a specific conditions and they need to fulfill it within the next 7 months. If they do, they remain as members. If they don't fill in these requirements, then they would be expelled as of 1st March of 2024. So firstly is Ghana. And actually, we really do hope that within the next 7 months there is progress, because neither the executive board or our member services department would like to expel them, because there are going to be the African Games next year in Ghana. And it's at the moment not sure if archery is going to be in the program. If they are going to get included, World Archery Africa will have some additional support to that to make sure that there will be at least some athletes competing there, and this is very important for the Africa. But on the side of this, Federation itself also needs to put in some effort to have at least 30 archers in the country to host some other competitions, not only the African Games as well, and gain the recognition of their NOC. And as they have already got the warning before, we cannot issue another warning, and that's why we come with a proposal for expulsion, although we know that there are African Games next year in Ghana. Kuwait. They had the warning last year, and this year they haven't filled in the extranet all the time, they haven't answered the questionnaire. But at the same time, this is another case where we don't really want to expel the federation. We just want to give them 7 months to do some follow-up actions that we would ask from them, to hold elections and inform us about it, have national championships and provide us more information. And the situation is the same. We know that they are active. They have attended the continental events as well, and they have close to 300 archers. But at the same time, they are not filling in some of the points in our constitution, so we would just like to give them a strong message. And that is possible to do through the expulsion with the possibility for last chance. Then we have Mali, who has had multiple warnings already, and they have been late with the membership fee payment this year, which is now settled. But however, we are not sure, and we don't have proof that they have at least minimum number of athletes and that they have had any national championships. So if they fill in these requirements, we are happy for them to continue as our members. Rwanda. They have also multiple warnings. They haven't paid for the membership fee for the past 2 years. And they have had a couple of meetings with us where they have explained why it's difficult to pay for the membership fee. But at the same time, they come with the development plans. And at the end of the year, almost no progress compared to what was originally put on the paper. So the conditions would be minimum 30 members holding national championships and, of course, paying the fee and giving us information. Senegal, again, multiple warnings. Again, another major event coming in their country. Youth Olympic Games are planned to happen in Senegal, and we wouldn't want to postpone them. Also because lately their NPC is more interested in starting with para-archery, and we can congratulate them for first presence in the Para-World Championships. So in Pilsen, they had an athlete competing. And so we hope that just in the next 7 months, they would step up and fill in those requirements. Then they can, of course, continue being our full member. So this is the summary of the warnings that we are proposing. So Albania, Montenegro, Nigeria, Paraguay, Russia, Somalia, Syria, and Vanuatu. And the reasons are following. For financial reasons, not being in good standing, it is Albania, Montenegro, Nigeria, Russia, and Syria. We do know that these countries have activities, so that is not the problem, but they are financially not in good standing, and our constitution says that in this situation, World Archery Congress should issue a warning. For Paraguay, we are not 100% sure of their activities. We would really like them to get better, but the warning would be appropriate in this situation. Same case with Somalia and also with Vanuatu. So 5 of them would be rather to financial reasons, and 3 of them with the low level of activities, and we can see further how to improve that one. But now I give it over to Tom to do the actual vote on these expulsions and warnings. Or do we have any questions from the delegates? No? And would we have any objection to vote for the warnings all in block? So all 8 warnings we would vote all together. No objections? Thank you. I give it over to Tom for do the voting.
Thank you, Sirit. So just to make sure that everyone understands what we're going to do, we're going to have 3 votes on an actual suspension. Then we will have a vote on what you could call a watch list. Basically, that you give the authority to the executive board that in case there is no progress and they have not fulfilled the requirements by the 1st of March, that then they will be excluded. And then there is the warnings. Now, on the ones that we put on that watch list, our wish clearly is that by the 1st of March everything is in order, and we're working with World Archery Africa, for instance, on Senegal and Ghana, because both events that will be hosted there have to include archery and have to be a success. So I want to be clear that this is our wish, but it cannot be a one-sided operation either. There has to be an activity from their side as well. For Kuwait is here in the hall. World Archery Asia, during the board meeting, the Secretary General of World Archery Asia and our Vice President has made it clear that he wants to work with Kuwait to get things resolved, and probably already during the Congress in the coming days we can make a lot of progress and get things resolved. But they have to be resolved because we have to respect our Constitution. So I hope that that is clear to all of you, and then we can go to the actual vote. So we will first go to the 3 expulsions, and those are expulsions. If they want to become member again, they will have to go through the regular process as for new members. So the first one is the expulsion of the Fédération Centrafricaine de Tir à l'Arc, and I open the vote. Okay, we're getting close towards the end. Now, I'm not 100% sure if there was some additional people that arrived in the meantime. Yes? Okay, so afterwards we'll show also an update on that. So we can close the vote. Okay. And so Congress agrees to, yes, there's a hand up there. Well, the vote is closed anyway. Okay, so it's a clear majority to exclude Central African Republic, and of course, like with all cases like that, we will inform them, and then as soon as there is a real activity starting up again, we will work with them, with our member services department, to make sure that we can get them on board, but there is certain conditions to respect. Okay, then we can go to the next one, but before can we show the updated numbers, or is it too difficult to do that now? Okay, so you can see on the screen that now we have 98 members, associations present, and a total of 213 votes. Okay, then we can go to the next one. Okay, this is for the Haïti, Fédération Haïtienne de Tir à l'Arc, and I open the vote. Okay, there's an issue with France. Anyone else has an issue? Oh, it's okay. Okay, then we can close the vote. And also on that one, there is a clear majority to exclude Haiti from the Federation. Then we can go to the next one. So St. Kitts and Nevis, and we open the vote. Okay. We can close the vote unless there is a problem. No, and then we close the vote. And the results are quite clear. They are also excluded. So we will lose 3 members as such. We accept it. 3 and we lose 3. So at the moment we are at 0. Then we can go to what I call the watch list, so basically giving authorization to our board to exclude them in case there is no progress by the 1st of March. And we're working with them to make sure that we don't get to that. Sorry, it was 1st of March on the slides. I see here 1st of February, but it's 1st of March, just to be clear. So we can open the vote. Okay, anyone has an issue? No? Okay, then we can close the vote. And you also agreed with that proposal. Then we can go to the next one. We can have the next one on the screen. Okay. So this is for Kuwait. Yes, Kuwait, you want to say something first? Okay, please take the floor.
Thank you. I would like to thank the President and Secretary General and all board members of the World Archery for giving me this opportunity. We had an inquiry from the World Archery in 2019, and we replied for all points which were raised that time regarding the number of athletes and participation in the continental and also in the local activity. If there is any mistakes or any misinformation, I would assure you that we can provide you with all evidence that our federation is very active, and we are now having new coaches. We have 6 coaches, and we have lady team and junior teams, and we are participating very actively in Asian and continental and in our region. I am sure that there must be a mistake by either we did not send it on time, the reply, but I can assure you that you can send any team to Kuwait to see the very good performance of our archers, and they are very highly motivated. I thank you again, and I thank all the General Assembly who are attending here today in Berlin. I thank the German Federation, the President, and all members. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the explanation. I think, okay, it's a clear commitment from you to deliver what has to be done by the 1st of March. We have also World Archery Asia that has clearly indicated that they will help you. Our Member Services Department is also ready to help you, but we still need to go through the process, I'm afraid. So I will open the vote as such, and then this is, I would say, one of the cases that we should be able to very quickly resolve and not have to go to the extreme situation. And thank you already for your cooperation. But now I have to open the vote. Okay, we're getting close to the end. Anyone has an issue? Don't see anyone. Okay, then we can close the vote. And okay, so the message to Kuwait is you get a very strong motivation from your colleagues to resolve the issue, and we hope we can do it in the coming days, okay? Okay, we go to the next one. The Fédération Malienne de Tir à l'Arc. And we open the vote on that one. Okay, we're getting to 90 soon. Anyone has any issue? I don't see any. Okay, then we can close the vote. And there as well, you agreed with this approach, so hopefully we can resolve the issue with Mali by the 1st of March. And again, we'll work with World Archery Africa and our Member Services Department to make sure that we give them all chances to comply with it. Okay, we can go to the next one. This is for Rwanda. Same thing, we will open the vote. And we're getting close to the maximum. Okay, we can close the vote. And there as well, we have a clear majority as such. And then we can go to number 7. Okay, so this is for Senegal, and Senegal, I think is very clear that we don't want to end up in this situation. So we will work again with World Archery Africa, and actually had a meeting with the organizing committee, and they are pushing as well, so I think we should be okay. So the vote is open. Okay, I think we can close the vote unless there is an issue. Okay, we close the vote. and there as well, a majority clearly giving an indication on this one. And then the last one, which is the warning to Albania, Montenegro, Nigeria, Paraguay, Russia, Somalia, Syria, and Vanuatu. And there was an explanation given on the reasons. And we can open the vote as such. Okay, I think we can close the vote. And we can show the results for this one. And there is very clear the situation as well. So all of the ones we discussed will be reported on in the next Congress as part of a questionnaire and follow-up for Member Services Department. So thank you very much. Then we go to the next point. It was already a point mentioned by our president and also by the IOC president, the situation of the war, the invasion by Russia, assisted by Belarus in Ukraine. And we will first hear from the Ukrainian Federation. I invite the delegate to come up to the stage, and after that we will report on the work done by the commission we created to give you an idea of what the current situation is, so you are informed on the matter. So we give the floor to the Ukrainian Federation and their Vice President Vladislav Seryukov.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear President and distinguished members of the World Federation, thank you for the opportunity to speak at the Congress. First of all, I would like to thank the World Archery Federation for supporting Ukraine in this difficult time for our country. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to those federations and countries that have been helping our athletes and coaches since the beginning of the war. They hosted them in the first day of the war and then helped them get back to training and competitions. I would personally like to thank Tom Dillon of the World Archery Federation, Andreas Lawrence from the Biter Center, the Federation of Germany, Poland, Great Britain, Turkey, Italy, France, Croatia, and others who support us, and those who provided and are providing financial assistance directly and through the funds to support Ukraine. The war has caused terrible damage to Ukrainian archery. This led to the death of athletes and coaches. Thousands of killed and injured Ukrainian children will never be able to become successful athletes. Nowadays, the United Nations has officially recognized the forced deportation of Ukrainian children, which bears the hallmarks of genocide. The International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for the current president of Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, directly because of the illegal deportation of Ukrainian children. Many sports centers and stadiums in Ukraine have been destroyed by the occupiers. Out of a dozen sports centers, only 2 can host competition today, and competition and training sessions are constantly interrupted by air alarms. This is our reality in Ukraine today. Most of our sportsmen and coaches are now forced to leave their homes because the areas where they lived and worked are now occupied or in the war zone. Of course, such a terrible and cruel war in the center of Europe has shocked the whole world. All civilized humanity supports Ukraine. The United Nations recognized Russia as an aggressor country on March 2022. Even at the beginning of the war, in February 2022, the International Olympic Committee banned athletes from Russia and Belarus from participating in international competition. In March 2022, the Executive Board of World Archery approved sanctions against Russia and Belarus in response to the war in Ukraine. These are the right and only possible decisions, and they are still in force today. However, in April 2023, the International Olympic Committee considered the possibility of athletes from the aggressor countries participating in neutral status in the case of condemnation of aggression against Ukraine. It transferred decision-making authority to the World Federations. The Executive Board of the World Archery Federation set up a working group to consider this issue and suggest a solution. Ukraine's position remains unchanged. There can be absolutely no participation of Russia and Belarus athletes in international competition and in the Olympic Games, even in states of neutral athletes, because neutrality is out of the question. The Olympic Charter states that any form of discrimination with regard to a country or a person on growing on race, religion, politics, or otherwise is incompatible with belonging to the Olympic movement. In the case of any violation of the Olympic Charter, temporary or permanent ineligibility or exclusion from the Olympic Games is provided for. The athletes and coaches from Russia and Belarus support this terrible war. None of them has done anything to demonstrate their humanity and commitment to the global values, such as life and peace. None of them condemned this war. On the contrary, they are happy to take part in training camps and competition in the occupied Ukrainian territory. For example, in the spring of this year, the Russian national team held training sessions in the occupied Crimea, and after that, the Championship of Russia was hosted. They posted photos and videos from the competition that took place in the occupied territory. Let me remind you that Crimea is officially recognized by the whole world as a territory of Ukraine. Most members of the Russian national team represent the Russian military club. They have military ranks and gladly take pictures with people who have already been recognized as international war criminals and terrorists. The war continues. Ukrainian cities are being shelled by Russia every day, and civilians are dying every day. Unfortunately, this is not only a problem of Ukraine today. Military aggression is endangering grain supplies. Famine and rising food prices threaten many countries in Africa and Asia today. Huge amounts of money are spent on military actions instead of solving the global problems of the humanity. This is why we ask you to leave the decision to ban athletes from the aggressor countries, Russia and Belarus, unchanged. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for your support. Glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you for your intervention. We are now going to give a report by the chair of the commission that was established by the executive board to implement the decision of the IOC on the participation related to those two countries, and I give the floor to Jörg Brokamp.
Dear friends, I think it's quite tough and hard now to give this kind of report after we heard about the situation in Ukraine. And I can tell you, for me, it's the hardest task in my life as a kind of chair of a committee. Normally, we talk about sport. We talk about rules. We talk about, hitting not the X and maybe it's a 10. We are fighting of stupid things. But here we talk about something else. And for me, and this I want to assure our friends from Ukraine, I'm very serious and sensitive in this issue as a chairman of this working group, especially as a German with a history that was not big glory in the past. And we know what it means, what happens now in Ukraine. But I have a mission here because it's a mission also from you. You elected this executive board. We are part of the Olympic family, and we have to see what we can do as an archery federation. So the mission was to see how we can handle this very sensitive and difficult situation. The executive board set a working group, and this working group was composed. Which one I have to press? The green button. It doesn't work. Maybe the next slide of the presentation. Yes, perfect. Was composed by the executive board of Crystal, our athletes representative, and then Jean-Michel Clebras from France, my fellow colleague from the executive board, and Tom Dillon. Moreover, we had also the possibility to have external people if necessary, but this was a working group, and I want to report about the general process and also the first meeting we had, and the letters that we had sent out, and about the updates up until now and the next steps. Can I have the next slide? So, the general process, and to make it very clear at this point, also to our Ukrainian friends, we talk only of Russian and Belarusian possible athletes as neutral, with a neutral status, and only in international and individual competitions. The steps that have to be gone through are highlighted in these blue boxes. First of all, World Archery sent a letter to both federations. I will come back to that later. Then we need an official answer from both federations if they agreeing with the conditions. Then they have to provide data of potential candidates, potential neutral athletes, and officials. That's also very important. We're not only talking about officials. And then these candidates, these possible candidates, will go to thank you very much, will go through the process of an external backup check. So it's vetted by an external company. And after that, we have the result of that. The working group has to take a decision, and this might be a decision that we have even some legal issues, so we need even some experts in a legal part. So that's a general process. If we go through it, to show, I have another item, but it doesn't work either. And yeah, thank you. We had our first meeting on the 10th of May, and this was a quite long and difficult one because we discussed intensively about the criteria. The topics had been the finalization of the letter we have to send to both federations. Then the form for the application for each possible athlete. Then the rules also that have to apply for supporting personnel. Then, of course, a timeline to set to see what will be the next steps and what is possible for decision as such if we get the first applications. And, of course, to get a choice of the external company for the backup check. We decided in this meeting about the criteria that had been already given and decided by the executive board, and we had been in line with all these criteria. We had a clear clarification that somebody who had been at the beginning of the war part of CSKA and also Dynamo can't be a candidate for a neutral status. So that was a very clear decision taken. The second one is we decided to work together with this external company, Nagra Kudelski, and they do the backup check, not only for us, they are very experienced, and they do this backup check also for other IFs. And we decided too, if it won't be enough backup information and we have some doubt about the results and there are some open questions, we also have a second level of backup check. So then we would work together with a second independent organization, and this will be Sport Radar. So this was the second part of our decisions. And then, of course, we finalized the formula for the maybe potential candidates and set also the criteria for the athlete support personnel. Then maybe the next slide. After that, we had been getting in contact with both federations. So you can see both federations received on 12 May the official letter from the World Archery to the Federation of Belarus and Russia. We received from Belarus a reply at 25th of May and follow up to World Archery on 30th of May. The answer in a result quite clear. Belarus will not send any application until Ukraine lifts its opposition for them to participate. So very clear, because we know the position of the Ukraine. The second is Russia. So up until now, we didn't receive any official reply to our letter from May 12th. So that's the situation. We had an email on May 29th from Russia stating that they were working on lifting the restriction on supplying personal data. So they have some restrictions in Russia to supply us with data, with personal data. That's not our issue, so we don't care about that. That's an issue they have to solve in Russia. Another email was sent on 16th July from Russia asking for more information. Yes, but in general, and that's important for us here, we do not have any official reply to our letter from May 12th. So that's the situation we are facing at the moment. And if we go through it one more slide, we have a statement from Vladimir Ishev from Russia, you know, the Russian president of Russian archery, and he was stated in the press agency, the Russian press agency TASS, that here quoted, they will convene and that the Congress will convene on July 29 and they will participate. They are not participating, actually, as you know already, and that unfortunately the athletes will not be able to participate in this World Championship. Yes, that's a matter of fact. They are not participating in this World Championship. And then he was talking about, you can read the last chapter down there, he's talking about the qualification for Paris and that they might now look to the European Championship 24 and also the world rankings, but that's another issue. It's not a situation we have to discuss and solve at the moment now. So that's a statement from Vladimir at this stage. If we go back to the second slide, I think, with the blue boxes, I would like, but first then to show you about where we are with the whole process. So if you see the 5 steps that have to go, We, of course, have the conditions and the questions and send a letter to both federations. We have no official answer from Russia, and the answer from Belarus is a kind of self-explaining because the Ukraine position is very clear. So we are on step number 2 at the moment. So it means if at all we will talk about a possible neutral individual athlete from Russia or Belarus, we have to get to step number 5. So we are quite far away of that. So that's the situation at the moment. And you know maybe better than me your calendar and all the international events, what are set for 23 for this year. I think I can say that we won't have any Russian, Belarusian athlete in 23 in any competition due to all the situation I presented to you. If you go back to the last slide, that would be the final slide. It's some updates. Where are we? Most of the international federations, and especially also the international Olympic federations, have now taken similar decisions as World Archery. And some of them are ahead of us, and a lot of them are behind of us. So I think we are in quite good situation, and really try to handle this very sensitive situation very carefully. So in IOC, the president informed us, and then Tom said it was yesterday that invitations had been sent out to the Olympic committees. Russia and Belarus didn't receive any invitation for Paris 24. That's a matter of fact at this end. It's not the decision of us here. This will be a decision that has to be taken by the IOC, and this won't be before the Mumbai IOC session. So we have to see what will be on IOC level and in relation with Paris 24. IPC, you know, we had been here, Tom and myself, for a kind of pre-visit of Berlin last year, and there was the IPC Congress in this same hall here. And there they had a decision to sanction and to suspend both federations. So this might be a change in the position, but this can only be done in Bahrain for the next IPC Congress. So this will be in September, also not yet. That's the situation at the moment, and I only can assure you that we are very sensitive in this matter, and we'll do our utmost to have a very sensitive in the meaning of the situation we are facing in the Ukraine. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jörg, my dear friend. My dear friends, this is really a very difficult situation, as my colleague, Mr. Brokamp, also mentioned. We fully understand our Ukrainian friends and athletes' situation and their really important difficulties. This is one issue. Second issue, related to the present situation, as my colleague, Mr. Brokamp, also mentioned in all details, plus some IOC decisions. We wanted to inform you about all the details related to this subject, and you can see that there is an ongoing process now. We have to move forward according to our expectation first, because we have to be informed by both sides related to our answers to them. As I mentioned again, we wanted to inform you about all the details. Of course, this process is still ongoing and depends on the situation. You will be informed again and again. As Mr. Brokamp also mentioned, there will be an IOC session in Mumbai in the middle of October. There will be some other discussions there. We will see the situation. Thank you very much for listening, our Ukrainian friends and my colleague as the chair of our working group. He really still has a very hard task. And I would like to thank him for reserving his important time for this issue. Yes, Tom, floor is yours again.
Okay, thank you, President. And so we move to the next topic, which is the World Archery Excellence Center. And we introduce for you, for the first time, for the ones that are not from Europe, Frédéric Michel. The ones that are from Europe saw him already last year in Munich. But Frédéric Michel is the director of the World Archery Excellence Center, and he will give an update on the activities of the World Archery Excellence Center. So, Frédéric, you have the floor.
Thank you, Tom. Hello, everybody. So after that, we'll change completely the subject. I'm here to speak to you about the World Archery Excellence Center and mostly about the different services that we can offer to you and your archer. Yeah. So for those who don't know the center, here is some pictures and some description of what we can offer. So we have a 70 meters indoor hall. So this is the Eastern Hall, which is very useful, and particularly in Switzerland, as the weather can be quite tough. We also have the outdoor field with the target distance from 10 to 90 meters, which is always available. And we also have some meeting rooms, a restaurant, a very good fitness center, or offices, and an equipment repair room. So I invite all of you to come to see us, to visit us. It's very a beautiful place. So we are organizing some competition. So in the past, we were organizing some little national competition, and now we change a bit our strategy, and we really want to organize some bigger competition because the infrastructure is just fantastic. So it should be open to all of you. This is why we will host this year the first competition of the Indoor World Series. So end of October, it will be the Lausanne Excellence Challenge. So I invite all of you, all your archers, to come to this competition. So that will be in our center, Lausanne, the IOC city, the World Archery city. So it's probably a good opportunity to visit the center, to meet everybody, and to enjoy a good trip in Switzerland. And more than a competition, we really want it to be a full archery experience. So we will arrange lots of conferences with the experts we are working with. So it will be 3 days very, very interesting for all the archery passionate. So I really invite you to register to this one. So now I will come back to the different services we can offer to your team, to your archer. I will start. Tom already mentioned that we have made some change in our coaches team. So from 1st of September, our head coach will be Marc Dellenbach. Most of you probably know him. He's the current German youth national team head coach. And before that, he was the national team coach for France for many years. So Marc is a great coach, and for sure he will be with us to help your archer to go to a different level. I don't think the center is here to promote one style or one technique. So the objective is really to take the archer and to give him tools to make him better. And we also have Howard, who is French, who did work for 20 years in France, who is working with us already since 6 months, and who will help Marc in his mission. So one of the products we have is the World Archery Center Academy. This is a resident full-time training program for competitive archer. It can last from 1 month to 3 months. So the archer live with us at the center, and we provide lots of one-to-one sessions, some physical training plan, some physical tests, some physiotherapy session if needed. We plan a training plan even for one-day leave. So the idea is really to have an intense training camp for a few months. We also have the Olympic Solidarity Program. We now have 2 archers with us, Israel from Chad and Fatoumata from Guinea. So they are with us since the beginning of the year, and they will be until Paris 2024. So they are training every day with us, and we are really here to give them the opportunity to reach the best level they can reach, and hopefully we will bring them to the Olympics. We also arrange some training camp, so athletes can come for a few days, for a few weeks, only to use the facility or to use the facility and the expert that we have. So this is also an option. For example, we had the Indian youth team in March 2022. They came for a few weeks, and we are quite proud because it looks like they have a great result this year. So it looks like it can be efficient. And then the last service we have, it's a new one. It's what we call the High Performance Program. So before this service was only for Swiss people, but now it's open to everybody. So it's really for the high-level archer, international and Olympics level. It's training session with video analyzing, lots of one-to-one session with Marc Dellenbach, some mental training sessions, some physical tests, and a personalized physical training plan. It's really to give the opportunity to an athlete for a minimum of 6 months or 1 year, the opportunity to really make some big improvement on their performance. So I will not be much longer because I can feel you are all hungry. But please don't hesitate to come to me. I will be here today and tomorrow. So don't hesitate to come to me if you have any question or if you need more information. I will be happy to speak with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederick, for the intervention. And like he said, he's here today and tomorrow. So please don't hesitate to contact him, and he can provide you more information on the center. So we're going to try to finish the financial part before lunch, and we'll start the afternoon with interpretations and bylaws. So the first element we will talk about is the finances of the foundation that is The one handling is the owner of the center, which is a separate entity as such. Now I think I need to get the small device. So basically, you have received, and the accounts of the foundation are accounts that are provided for your information. They are not approved by the Congress. They're approved by the board of the foundation that met yesterday. And then we'll talk about the World Archery accounts, the Finance and Audit Board, and the proposal for membership fees and the auditors. So in terms of the foundation, you can see the numbers here. I'm not going to go through details as such. The accounts have been audited on the 28th of February 2023, and it's a limited statutory examination. I'll come back to that, why I mentioned that. And as you can see, we have all the numbers on the screen here. We are recuperating slowly from the COVID situation, and it's making a good step forward, and Frederick has done a very good job in reducing some of the costs. Start having the same issue. Okay. So here in terms of the operating result and the results for the center, and it's really going into the right direction in terms of the expenses as such. Okay. We have with us the Finance and Audit Board reports, the Finance and Audit Board Chair, Rolf Lind. The chairperson is here. If he wants to say a few words, and then we can go to the rest of the financial items.
Yes, is it on? Okay. The Finance and Audit Board is 3 persons. It's Hilda Gibson from England, and it's David Tan from Singapore, and then it's me, and I'm from Denmark. I will try to explain a little about what we're doing and not go into the figure. I think Tom will do that later. But we meet twice a year in about November. We meet about the budget for the next year and for the coming year, where we discuss how the economic looks, income, expenses, loss or profit. And the next meeting is in the spring, where we work with the account for the year before. And we start normally with a meeting with the official accountant firm, which is PricewaterhouseCoopers, and discuss with them what they do, what we do, not to do the same thing twice. And they explain what they will especially look at this year, and we, if we have any wishes to them that they're going to look into, we discuss that as well. We also discuss the account principle, of course, and recently we have changed it with the Olympic revenue, as you can see in the accounts. That's also a part of the cooperation with the PVC. After each meeting between the congresses, we make a report for the executive committee, and to the Congress here, we make the report for the 21 and the 22, which is in the documents that you already have received. When we work, I have to teach you a little about how an accountant speaks, an accountant language. Because when you read the reports, you can perhaps recognize some of this. We are not a people of many words and not many big words, so when everything is really bad, we just say we cannot approve. When it's not that bad, but still bad, we'll say we can approve, but we have some significant remarks. When it's nearly good, we say that we can approve, but we have some small remarks. And when we are really happy and our eyes are shining, we can say and go up to, we have no remarks. In working with World Archery and the finance people, Tom and Caroline, and the rest of the staff who is providing input for budget and accounting, we have only one remark, and I'm sure the whole board is agreeing with it, and that is we have no remarks. So, thank you. If you have any questions, you are free to come.
Thank you for your no remarks and for the accounting lesson, which we always appreciate. The remarks we do get during the meeting, I can assure you, but they're always very positive as such. So, no questions on the audit report. A very quick overview on some of the accounts, and just like Rolf also alluded to, we changed the way, and this was approved by the 2021 Congress, that the Olympic revenue, which you see every time was going up, which is no longer the case, but now it's spread over the 4 years, which allows us to better manage the finances as we will see in the results. This is in terms of the expenses, so you see here as well that expenses have been kept under control. And the green thing on the top is the center, is the contribution to the center, which is an operational contribution and a contribution to the mortgage as such, and that has been renegotiated with the bank concerned, which is Credit Suisse. This is an evolution of the income from our archery manufacturers sponsorship program, which you can see that it's going up quite a bit since many years. But we also have to be realistic. It is coming to a level where we can't add much more, because there is also a lot of investment by the manufacturers towards the archers directly, towards organizers and so on. So we have to be, I would say, clear on finding the right balance between what they give to us and what they give to the rest of the archery family. The cash situation, I did this exercise in June because I wanted to know, because one of the things I'm not always agreeing with Rolf is, okay, I'm not an accountant, so I like to see what is on the bank, and that gives me an idea of where I am. And okay, the accounts in the accounting system give you a view, but it's always with things that you should still pay and you haven't received yet, so it's not always clear. So I wanted to know in June, okay, where are we in comparison with previous pre-Olympic years? And you can see it here, and we are doing quite a lot better than in the past. Now, this is also a wish and a must, because when the IOC gave us money to survive the COVID situation, there was a clear request and requirement that we have to build up reserves. So this is something we are working on, and we are in a much better situation, also linked to the renegotiation on the mortgage than in the past as such. There is, however, also we have to be clear, there are some concerns. The Swiss franc, we get nearly all of our revenue, both sponsors and especially Olympic revenue, in US dollar. And the Swiss franc is, as you can see on this chart, has gone up 10% in comparison with the dollar. So even if we got the same amount of money from Tokyo as from Rio, in reality, we can buy less things with it because of our position in Switzerland. Inflation and other expenses are increasing. I don't have to tell you about cost of transportation, logistics, all of that is going up. The Excellence Center, Frederick is doing a good job in controlling it, but the costs at a certain moment will go up because we will have to renew certain things. And there is a need to have further resources as such to guarantee that we can do new projects. Okay, you have received with the Congress document the audited reports. This is an ordinary audit as we've been doing in the past. It has been done by PwC, both for 21 and 22. Are there any questions in relation to the audited reports? That doesn't seem to be the case. Okay, then we can go to the voting on the accounts, which we have to do now. So we approve, unless anybody opposes, we do 21 and 22 together. That doesn't seem to be the case, so we can open 21 and 22. And at the same time, you're giving a discharge to the board and to the accounting staff. So, voting status is open, and we are 87, 88, 90, 91. So I think we're nearly there. We can close the voting and show the results. So I thank for your confidence, also on behalf of Head of Finance, Caroline, and the Finance and Audit Board for the approval of the accounts as such. So thank you very much. Then if we can go back to the, we have the financial program which was sent to you. Like I said, it is now a completely revised program based on yearly Olympic revenues rather than 4-yearly, even if we get the money over a 2-year period. On the new mortgage with Credit Suisse, to move away from a 4-year repayment of the capital to a semestral payment till 2035. So we will have to pay until 2035, but of course less per year. And we are working with some partners to see if we can have some funding for the interest as such. So we have to approve the financial program as well. So unless there is any questions on the financial program, which doesn't seem to be the case, we can open the vote for the financial program. Okay, good. We are getting close to the maximum. I think we can close the vote. And you have approved clearly the financial program. Thank you very much. We, of course, will continue to do the best to make the best use of the money that you entrust to us to do our operation. Then we can go back to the presentation. Okay. This is a proposal that was discussed by our board yesterday on the member association fee proposal. Now, we haven't made a change since Leipzig. So we're back in Germany. So we want to come with a proposal for a new membership fee, not in structure. It is based on the same model as we had in the past, and it is with a solidarity model. It is very clear that countries with many archers and a high-income country pay much more than a low-income country with a low number of members. That's the model we have had since 2007. And there is a basic element to calculate the fee, which is 40 Swiss francs. That's the base, and then it's calculated, then it's multiplied by a certain factor. So the idea is to go to 80 Swiss francs. Now, we know this is a substantial increase, but this is very much based on the request we are getting for new project funding from continental associations. One of the consequences of good governance of continental associations is that they are better governed and therefore come with more projects. Now, for us, it is important that we can continue to support those new projects, and those projects are really based on a solidarity model. So it is not Europe, even if they pay most membership fees, that get most money. It's going to other continents. So the idea is really to give more opportunities to the continental associations to do more things. That's what it's about. It's not about World Archery getting more money. It's about giving more money to the continental associations. That's what it's about. And it's still very much based on low income, low member pays a lot less than high income, high member. And if you calculate the cost per member, if you have, I would say, 60,000 members, it is really a very, very, very small amount, even for the highest membership contribution. So, like I said, it is mainly to help the continental associations. If you decide not to accept the new proposal, that means there's less projects for the continental association. It will not have a direct impact on our situation as such. So what that means in terms of the actual fee proposal, well, you see it here. So it goes from 80 to 4,800 for very few members. And that is still substantially lower than some of the other international federations. So that's the proposal that is coming to you. Now the board has made it clear that is the proposal. If you do not accept it, then it is the current situation. There is no change. So is there any particular question or remark? Doesn't seem to be the case. Then we will go for the vote. And so we can open the vote for accepting the new fee. There's a problem with GBR in terms of the voting system. If you can go, the voting system is Hungary as well, I think. So we have 86. We're waiting till the GBR. So it's resolved, yes? Okay. So then we can close the vote. And you have accepted with a large majority this proposal. We thank you for this, but especially we thank you on behalf of the continental associations. And let's be sure, we will make sure that it's wisely spent by the continental associations because they have to report back to us. So, the next and last item on finances is the audit firm. So that's what is between you and lunch. Basically, it is good governance to check on a regular basis what is our audit firm. So we went to get offers from 5 companies. 1 refused to give an offer. The other 4 we received. Then it was sent to the Finance and Audit Board that gave their opinion. That was a majority opinion. And on the company, and a unanimous opinion on the type of audit. Because under Swiss law, we can do a limitary statutory audit, but the audit board, as well as the staff, is of the opinion we should continue with an ordinary voluntary audit. And that means that there will be more checking done than if it would be a limited statutory audit. So that was then taken to the board, and the board agrees to endorse the majority opinion of the Finance and Audit Board, a unanimous opinion on the ordinary audit, and a majority opinion on the company. So we propose to you to have an ordinary audit by PwC, and that is the proposal that we have for you. So we can open the voting on the auditor's firm. And we're getting very close to the maximum. Okay, anyone has an issue? Doesn't seem to be the case, so we can close the votes. And we have it approved as such. So we'll give the floor to Sirit, who will announce us the good news on lunch.
Yes, so the good news is that the lunch is already prepared. The buffet is on the first floor, and we have a quick lunch break because we are expecting you back for 2 o'clock already. Thank you.
Enjoy your lunch, dear friends.